Hello. How's it going, everyone? Happy Friday. I say, is it more like my Thursday? Tomorrow's my Friday. Oh, yeah, that's weird. I'm off Sunday. I'm normally not off Sunday, but you know what? I'll take it. So yeah, 4.2 dropped the other day. I did some Farina pulls right when the maintenance ended because I was streaming Genshin that day. But then I got kicked off due to maintenance, so I'm like, fuck. So I swapped over to Party Animals with a friend and played all day, and then maintenance ended when we got near the end of my stream, so I just said, fuck it, let's do Sabrina pulls. I put the video up on YouTube, how that went. I mean... But, yeah, so today we're gonna be playing the new story quests. Oh my fucking god, YouTube, start giving me all these goddamn ads. I'm just trying to pull my video up. Oh. No, I don't. I should have just done this on my PC. I just didn't want to alt-tab. Yeah, that's the link to the Farina polls. Yeah, so let's go experience 4.2. The trailer looks so good, and I'm really hyped to get some answers to my fucking questions. You know? Also, I did downsize the stream avatars. I only got like 2 things because even Birdie was saying he feels like I had too many. And he was right. He usually is. He's very helpful. Fucking bless Birdie, bless Ray, and like Shell Knight and Doombird, and then like honestly, you guys like y'all 4 really support my channel, and I appreciate it so much. That's what, and like Birdie has helped so much with like progressing my channel to make it better, because I have a problem with like I want all the things, but I need to downsize because it. Not ever. There's such thing as more is less and less is more. So I went with these 2 stream avatar packs, like the slimes and these like axolotl weird things. You know? Oh, Unquestionable 47. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Now for a little rest after breakfast.
Oh, they jumped. That's so cute.
This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Yes, we're supposed to win every 50-50 and get C6 for Rena by some magical one wish. I say as I have 7 primos.
We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Masquerade at the guilty. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, man. Wee! So, I'm really happy with how the Farina pulls went. And I made a super choppy YouTube video about it and made a highlight.
This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you 2 may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
What do you mean? I was just there 5 minutes ago.
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Wait, I don't think my soundboard was working. I don't think y'all heard it. Hold up. Right, because I reset my computer, so... Yeah, hold on.
Oh my god! Are beautiful
there we go.
They are the pride of Fontaine.
What's he gonna add the teleport?
And cause them no harm.
God, I love how cute these slimes are. I really like the one I pick. He's so demonic. I say I'm a cupcake. I'm a demonic cupcake. Fear me.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with the earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
True. They'd probably be flipping
You've got a point.
tits.
Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your...
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Maybe.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But, oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Aw, miss you too. You're so sweet and adorable.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble.
I still think it's funny how we got sent to jail over cake. Over a cake!
Since our work in the Fortress of Mirabede is finished, that's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
No, Hydro Daddy's got this, Cryo Daddy. I mean, see? He's got that laser beam of death. God, that fucking attack is so pretty. Dude, did they update? I feel like the graphics have been updated. I don't know. That or maybe everything just looks bright and colorful to me right now. Maybe because I'm just really happy. I've had a good day. I got sleep. My glasses are clean. do 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 do.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
She's like, halt!
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
I want to know more about them.
Seems a lot has been.
Do 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 do.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
Yeah, I really want to know more about the Melusine.
We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish.
That texture on that clock looks so poor.
Dr. Octagonopus!
Chocolate chip, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Hope you're doing good.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the...
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Do do do. You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happened since the Primordial Sea incident, as well as your dream of child.
Massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon thought we asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter.
Oh,
In fact,
really?
That's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go
We must
there as
rush
soon
to
as
save him.
possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there
Poisson.
to check on the situation once I've finished things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Always, I am the protagonist. If I'm not careful, something will happen. Something will not happen. Oh, something will work out. I have plot armor, obviously. Dun dun dun.
Oh no! What happened here?
You're in pretty rough shape now. Nobody's around to the outside. South. No, let's not assume the
Navia
worst
should
yet.
be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on...
Dude, there's no way they would let something happen to Navia. I mean, I saw a leak about some of her stuff. Dude, she looks so cool. I fucking love her burst and her auto animation. Dude, and her signature weapon. Oh my god.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
What happened to him?
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my... My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg!
My leg!
How could this
I'm not
have
apologizing for that.
happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
I'm terrible, I know. Whoosh. We must save them. We must save my family. God, I'm just really nothing but a cesspool of references at this point.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
God, you are stunning, woman.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water levels suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
At least you're okay. I've grown attached to this character. She's really awesome.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How bad?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge.
I feel like jumping down from a high place is not a good
sorry.
idea, but then again, probably in
Where
the
were we?
panic of it all, he was so shooken up, he was not in the right frame of mind, but at the same time, like, bruh, just climb down. Find a way to climb
The
down.
situation in Poisson?
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
Why does she sound so quiet?
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved.
That's so sad.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Now I'm starting to feel like a dick for pushing the My Lakes soundboard bit, but...
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
You could express it by coming home and letting me win the 50-50. Wait, we're missing some people,
Don't say
aren't we?
that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Oh no, her homies, they got melted.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
They dissolved to save her, I bet.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take...
Now walking around towards many people and organize various matters. Her decisions are clear and Fuck!
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Wait, what was that achievement? The gallows that weep, or? Oh, the gulls once wept. I am lazy and do not feel like running all the way all around. Which I probably shouldn't do, because I do need to explore Fontaine and maybe grab some goodies, but that I'm missing. Hindsight's 20/20. It's fine.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting Grey.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've
Oh
no
my God.
strength to spare any words for the dead.
Dude, that shot is so beautiful with the sun. I wish I got it again.
Navia?
Oh, it's breaking my heart. Oh my god, this is hitting me in the feels where I don't want. No. Dude, great voice acting.
Sorry. I just...
She lost her friends, didn't she?
Maloose and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Oh.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater.
Aww.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long, and I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver, they're just gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be
Oh, I
upset
feel like
with you,
crying
Darcy?
now.
Yet
Fuck,
the
this hit
cemetery
me
is
hard.
the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying
True.
yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?
Aw.
Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
It's not your fault.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Oh my god, no, I gotta screenshot this. Dude, this is such a beautiful shot. Oh my god. I wish I could hide the text. Like, you know, a Fate Grand Order lets you hide the text for a sec. I really wish I could do that.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Maloose and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver, so everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trip. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh, really?
Even the gluttonous sprite that is Paimon produces some nuggets of wisdom and
Seems
compassion.
you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh, shit. The knave.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Dude, I still think her design is fire.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
God damn. Dude, I can see people spending so much money just to C6 this woman. She could even just be kind of like a mid or low tier character, but they would... The simp, though. But I can understand it. I can understand it. Her design is fire. She gives mommy energy. Although I prefer the daddies, I can understand the mommy.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
I really like the Shneznaya vision thing.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Well, my question
By the way,
is...
Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Why do you have your children call you father?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something impressive.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure
fucking
you
love
remember
the
that I said
sleeves.
we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging
Ancient
by
ruins,
the dating
huh?
of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Oh wow, I never noticed this, like the size of this design right here on her coat. Damn, her. Every time I look at her designs, it gets better and better. I noticed all these little things. I love it when a character has fire design.
We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair, but there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had, and besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
It's fine to use something to distract yourself from the pain of loss, but never allow yourself not to feel that loss. Shutting it off will only make it worse and will cause you to shut down. But always take the time you need to take care of yourself and the emotional grief. I'm saying this from experience. Actually, she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, travel? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the
Poisson. Now, every time I hear Poisson, like them saying it, all I'm thinking about is like that stupid meme where it's just like, I tried to order a croissant, but they had no croissants.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up.
Yeah, I never did my dailies. I find that so nice that you can just claim them now. Let me turn these in real quick though, so that way I don't forget, and plus more bond advantage.
Add Ash. Thank you for
Ah, fuck, I left my drink in the kitchen. I was like, oh, I'm thirsty. Let me drink some water, but I left my mug in the kitchen. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get me my drink. Hello, I'm back. Oh my god, Birdie's little thing looks so cute. I like it. I actually really like these avatars. They're very cute. I really like the slime ones. I might go to Fiverr and try to... Yo, I can see the fucking pyramid from Sumeru from here. Nice. Oh, wait, off track. I thought about maybe going to Fiverr and ordering some stream avatars, but like get them in different slimes. Because I really like the slimes. And and maybe I'll get an eyeball for Ray, because since she is likes to be that eyeball avatar that had like the like it's lurking and watching me. I think she would appreciate that. I've actually been on Fiverr a lot lately, looking at new stuff to get done.
Neve was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
Like, I'm thinking about getting new starting soon, BRB, ending, a stinger maybe, and new panels. I'm really looking to get more
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a...
Just be careful.
Do we get to use you in a trial run? Question mark. I know they won't let us. It would be cool, but they won't, because I've seen leaks of her kit and I'm like, oh my god, she looks so fucking bombastic. Oops. Yo! Oh! Oh, this is beautiful. Make sure they don't hide any oh, I can't walk up there. Okay, so yeah, they ain't gonna hide chest stuff. I can't walk up there. Oh, it's the hilly churls. Domain expansion.
Silence! The tides beckon.
I want more. Everyone's boss delay here. Domain expansion. This is gonna break, isn't it? Yep. Oh. Hi, friends. Bye, friends. Oh, I almost didn't grab that. Man, I do think, like, even though I have been complaining that my work has been, working me a little too many hours. Is there anything down here? No, not that I see. Which is true, but at least I've been making use of the money, the extra money. I got everything I need for paid off, and then I've been using the extra money to do a lot of commission work for stuff. Oh, the tax lady's gonna have a lot of work to do when I send her all the invoices of all the shit I spent for this channel, because I can write that off of taxes because it's
This place has also
important.
been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Trevor's like, Paimon.
Am I wrong? We're not saying you're useless. It's...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Well, fuck.
Complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now, then. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
What the fuck? Let me up. Yo, this place looks beautiful. What the fuck? Yo, it's got one of those spinny devices. Is that from Celestia? Oh, is the bridge gonna collapse on me?
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Yep. Oh, fuck. No, everything's gonna be okay. Wait, didn't she fall in the trailer? Oh, fuck! Oh, shit, Traveler Talk, you know that's real. There's no way they're gonna have her fall in the Primordial Sea. There's no way. She's supposed to be a playable character.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malou.
Oh, was I? What?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I was just trying to recall why we came out for...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
This
Miss
is
Navia.
sus.
Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Those two were swallowed by the
How have you
primordial sea
been?
too.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Should have kicked their asses.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope...
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs.
Very well.
Wait. Something's... Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh, this is
All right then.
just mad sus, mad sus.
Look, it's Navia! She's...
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please...
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you respond. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Oh no. Now I'm thinking about those who's come play with us forever and ever and ever.
What? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I...
How wonderful! I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr.
Oh,
Swanville,
shit.
you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness.
What the fuck, man? This is like a
here
cult.
in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
No, nope.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
True.
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Called it.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
How about you suck these nuts,
Don't let
bitch?
them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn?
Must you be a
How
bastard?
could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just.
Oh, the Oach.
Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's...
Damn. Neuvillette?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Oh, that was so sad. At least you got to say goodbye to them. Bro, why is the...
No,
why is the...
Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Neuvillette.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Oh.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Damn, dude.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we...
Why do you look so stiff all of... Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing...
I see.
Yes.
Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's... So, Neuvillette,
Yes, of course.
I mean, he's a water dragon, Paimon.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the native...
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supply. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quick?
True, dude. She almost got fucking melted.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then! Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Gather!
I think I cheated. I think I was supposed to go down to the other thing, but I saw the extra spinniness, so I was like, ooh. Let me go up here.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Solidify! Silence!
Be sanctified. Oh! I'm sorry, I like laser beams. They make the dopamine go brrr. As I fly across the world. Damn, they went a little extra with this extra dungeon thing.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Oh, it's the prophecy.
Slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels
It's a
like
prophecy.
someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some
Is that
kind of
Celestia?
island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these. Like, this says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such... Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw...
But who would have created these slates and left these words?
So many questions.
Seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created slates doesn't matter. The real question is whether things will truly play out as a prophecy foretells or not. No. We love primos. Primos are good.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slate. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. All right, I'll be...
Oh, man.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it...
Huh?
Wait, I forget. Did Mona originate from Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine?
Mona?
Oh, man. Lady Magistus.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. quite unexpected. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's...
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
The great Mona.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrology.
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I love how
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecies and astrology. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person...
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your...
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing as always!
Oh,
New character, question mark?
This is something only I can do, after all. So yes, your praises are quite...
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best!
Indeed. That's the...
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to...
Yay!
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
You decide to get on a site to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see
All right, what you hiding, Arena? If that's even your real name.
You're here! Finally! It's Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina. They seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Oh, man.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between... It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that, but you found them in some ancient ruins, you said?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All
Oh my
gods
God.
don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that...
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of... There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss the... Oh! The opera's about to start.
Get back here, bitch.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She...
I assume you've been outside for a while.
Oh! You noticed! Seems Farina didn't...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless we may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like...
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
That's who we need to call?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Mm-hmm.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No.
No.
I don't think
Poor
I can.
Fremine.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
Yes.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
No, she just
come
threw it over to
now.
her.
Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Aw. This is gonna be a fucking train wreck, isn't it?
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Oh.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their... A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
Dude, I gotta say, like, just seeing all these characters here from Fontaine, like, dude, the Fontaine drip is so fucking stellar. It might be my favorite outfit designs.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I actually want to share this to my friend real quick. Hold on.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
Yes.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the—
What about you, Monsieur Nervit?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
I'm sorry. As to why I burst out laughing, I looked over to my third monitor because I sent my friend Truffles a screenshot of all these characters standing together, right? And she just goes, I want the blonde girl with long hair to step on me. Oh my god. Oh. Hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. We will not call this a hunt because that is not what we should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a desired stage. What you need is simply the secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from seeking the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There's neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you need. Oh my god, that was a good laugh though. I was not ready to hear that. I want to step on me. Oh my god, Truffles. Oh, good shit though. I wanted to steal your book, honey. That's all.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up. Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying...
Who's that voice?
What the fuck?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Oh, shit. Her.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not... You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history.
What? Then is there any way
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about?
The teapot is just...
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all.
The voice.
Is this the clue you're mage in? Man, it's so cool that we got to see the mage, like listen to some of the mages. Oh, fuck you, Paimon!
Oh, I see I've walked in on some lively band.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any...
Why, yes. It was Charlotte.
Yeah,
I assume
Charlotte.
you've heard of her, no? That daredevil. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be. Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Damn.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when I realized their value and meaning, what was that the best answer that question had gotten?
Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
The end of the world.
I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
I like her. She spits words of wisdom.
Talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's walk
Walks
around
are
the
always
city, shall we?
nice.
There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Is there? I usually just teleport all over the place. And the main place I teleport to in Fontaine is the forge. And the freaking crafting table.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up.
Oh, I see a
on
little
that.
music note.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject now. Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
This time, bro, Paimon.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get...
Yes, food is always good. Ah, fuck, my wrist hurts.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalet was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Damn, that's kind of word of wisdom.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
True. I mean, that's why we got sayings like the quickest way to a man's heart is his stomach.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Back.
Damn, now I kind of want cake.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time. And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
All right, now watch us run into shenanigans.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
I do need to do my weekly things, but I'll do that later. I can get it done tomorrow.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Have you seen the article?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for...
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Why am I doing a Mona impression? That's funny.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler?
Huh? So your article in the paper today...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the...
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting of... Whew, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example,
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it.
True.
If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be time. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Man, when I say I'm not a dreamer, I'm not a workaholic, I start thinking about I've been both of these things so much lately, a dreamer and a workaholic.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my prep.
But it's all worth it.
So nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo. Paimon's been thinking, if it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, well...
Sorry.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Banter goes back and forth between two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. Next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview, and this Spinadel Rosa safe house. I'm not good with French words. Navi has finished her business, and Poisson even drops by to take a photo with the two of us. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damn thick.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience loudly accusing her of doing nothing about it. And before she could respond, others started. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could... Good.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on.
Is that so? Well, all right then.
I bet she hid in one of the storehouses in the Opera House. Like,
well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, She couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the... In that case, there's not a moment...
He's in Poisson. It would make sense.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Yep, there she is.
That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all what was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over.
Damn.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just a...
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my...
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your...
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing they even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Damn.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to... That's against the rules.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up.
Oh my lord, Farina, just be straight with us. Come on.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up.
What is...
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the...
Damn.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had come... no! I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding impulse.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the...
Yeah, I bet the people of Poisson, they've already...
I mean, sure, limit now. She's talking about her actual feelings. She's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds. I once had informants all over Tevat.
searching for clues and feeding I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from it, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people, but just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate as long as the final moment hasn't come. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone.
Damn, she finally let us.
That's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden.
Oh my
but
God.
honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine—
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being—
Out of time.
Share my bird. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If—
Oh shit. Oh no. Damn, we got her good. What the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of—
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your—
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
I bet she can't even actually fight, even though she's a god.
What's going on? Did I just see an Archon?
Wow, how utterly
Lady Farina, what is—
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be
looking for excuses again.
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall— I will admit that I've been running away for a long— I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your... Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will
Now we're making it.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time.
All right, then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
The Traveler.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and...
So, now as long as we can defeat her, she still has to... I feel like if they just waited a few more minutes, we could have got...
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial, just how much work did you do to force me onto this?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward.
Navia, the president of the Spina...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against... The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover,
True.
According to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait.
So, you mean... The ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontaine.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull... We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all...
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's part. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without...
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without...
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto... Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed... It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Objection. Yes. Yeah.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fun. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the... I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon, a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct, the fortress of Meripede was almost as... According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, the words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
It's cool that we got a little refresher course.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, and just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed... Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than...
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
What the fuck? They made him say a full sentence!
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
What?
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Oh my god, no. They had him talk!
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory.
Yeah, but if you're a fake that's been pretending this entire time...
See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic...
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then... And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500...
Carefully. Oh, it's selected.
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, There could be other ways.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's word.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina, is that... Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely... Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped for centuries. Manifestations of my authority have served. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
But you don't even know how it works, so how can you even say that? Let's see. Where is it? This one. Okay. Oh, no, wait. I need to cut child's conviction. I meant to click.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defender. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of...
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Yeah.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of... Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon having...
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really... It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no...
My power as an Archon. There are
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Oh!
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever...
Isn't that...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still...
Oh, fuck.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has come...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
I'm just gonna select that one because it was the first one.
That doesn't...
No? Okay.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area, including those of some of my closest. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people just... I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admit...
Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
Hmm.
Spina has governed Poisson for many years.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really...
Oh shit, she's gonna try.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand... Will you believe me now? I
Damn.
really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defense.
Siegewin, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should...
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entire... We don't want anyone else to lose their life.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head... It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe...
It's actually more important for her to keep up. But she hasn't given up on everything.
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now? Didn't think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that
They can tell she's grasping at straws.
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your
Oh, you're losing face, Farina! Oh, poor.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Is she gonna finally reveal the truth? Oh no.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
guilty.
Guilty.
She's sitting on top of a throne crying.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Oh, someone's doing a warp.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the...
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as is this sentence really appropriate for...
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been... But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked...
This raises so many questions, but oh my god, my stomach is exploding.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigned...
Tui from brings a stone slap onto the stage.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Okay, I'm sorry. I hate to BRB in this moment, but my stomach is exploding from the spicy food I ate, so I'll BRB. fucking controller? Why are you there? Sorry, I put the mic. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I did not expect that to hit me so bad. I mean, it hit like, it was starting to hit like 15, 20 minutes ago, but I was just like, no, I'll wait for the Archon thing. I can hold it. And then it's just like, nope, you cannot, sir.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremenade to try and...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get her, but has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Please allow me to review the... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm.
Oh, much better.
Huh? So what do you see? What
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Font...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's... So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
People, when they get Farina, plap, 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 get corrected.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these. However,
Hi, Kumo.
I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three... The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into heat. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
And that's why...
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still... This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving.
Should I drop $75 to get Farina? Oh.
And so on.
I mean, honestly, Farina is really, really fucking strong. I would honestly yeah, honestly, because she doesn't power creep anyone, but she improves a lot of teams, and she does a lot of crazy stuff. Like, she just, like, dude, she's honestly super good all around. She's pretty busted. Just don't pull on her weapon banner, because her sword is good, but if you get Baiju's signature weapon, it is only good on Baiju. It's not good for any other character, sadly. Even though I really like the design of that one, I'm not risking it. But she has plenty of good 4-star options, and if you have Festering Desire, she does. I guess it depends on what you mean. I know a lot of YouTubers said that Farina is kind of a must pull for like new and old players, because I watched like 3 guides for her and they all kind of said that consecutively. And I honestly agree with what I've seen. I haven't leveled up my Farina yet, but she's like kind of like hydrofischl on steroids. I had the pipe, so I'll pipe her. Dude, the pipe is actually really good for her.
We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when, and...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances
They're
of
having
young
the
women
Traveler talk
that
more.
Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve. Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon
What are you talking
that
about?
Neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Yes, I can.
You don't see the redeem? Well, it should be like in the top 3 because I lowered the price to 125. No. I just put that in because I thought like maybe a Yoka icon would be more nice.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected
Clap,
to
clap,
judgment.
clap, get
The
corrected.
stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
That doesn't sound...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really changed, like, I know, like,
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
yeah, so I would love to give like Yoka like some like an idle animation of anything, so that way people, because some people just think that she's just a part of the scenery. It's like, no, she can talk. And then like also like giving her head pats would be a cool thing to do, but I don't know how to do that stuff. I know major change I made was I had so many things in stream avatars that my friend Birdie suggested like trimming them down, so we went looking through all of them, and we found too that like I feel like the slimes and the axolotls really fit, and I really love the slimes. The slimes are my favorite.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
What are you gonna do, Brendan? I don't know.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy
Fortress
was about
Mekon
to come to pass
Edanalize
no matter
Cardinali.
Yoka trying to say the Oratories Mechalis de Elise Cardinal. She struggled. She tried. That was funny, though.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of
So everyone's becoming an Oceanid. Bum bum bum.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it!
Well, Farina's trial just finished, and she got the death sentence, so...
Then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, we're not real human?
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Yes. Farina is usable in both those teams, Kumo.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Because basically Farina can do exactly what Xingqiu and Yulan can do. Like her skill, like she has two versions of her skill, which actually change her outfit, which I think is cool. Like one that summon 3 little guys that attack and will stay on field even when she's not. I need the healing to proc Farina's damage boosts, and I don't have a good one. That's true. Do you have Kuki? She's good for that.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans.
Yes, that's right, Brendan.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that
If I had her,
sin.
I would have been using her. Oh, I'm sorry.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the 4th slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yeah, Cookie, Dory, Barbara, and Charlotte can all heal.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
Noelle team with Farina, if I get her. Actually, that new team is actually really good, especially if you have C6 Noelle. Diana. Oh, yeah, Diana. Well, Diana actually heals a good amount. She also shields.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates,
You have
you've also
C3
been
Noelle?
etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Like that still works. I just know like the team I saw like that it was like that I saw a YouTuber, he said it was like Noelle, Albedo, Goro, and Farina. Someone told me she doesn't heal enough for Farina. Oh, okay, that might Oh well. Yeah, I do remember, Brendan. I also remember murdering everything on an island while you took a shit, and then you start calling me a murder hobo, and now I've committed to the murder hobo bit, so I guess in a way you won.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated.
But yeah, if Dory or Diana can't heal for Farina's full passive buff, I could get that. I mean, yeah, I know you. That's why you called me. You told me it was a D&D term, and it's not a good one, but it was funny because I was playing Hu Tao and I murdered everything. Get her early and when you're 50-50. I wish you the best of luck.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to brief your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
I have a Demon Geeker that's just Warhammer 40k Space Marine. Nice. Me just learning about Warhammer. An incredibly racist paladin. Oh my god, no!
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, The Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Oh my god.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into...
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
And for you to hit the part because, like, oh my god, my jaw.
Too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it...
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Will Child get shit on again? I hope so. Damn, why does everyone hate Child? I love him!
They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
I don't hate him, but I like... Okay, that's actually fair, Kumo. And Brennan, you're just a hater. You also didn't see 2 events that had Child being a true homie.
You may also recall
He's just Kenpachi. He likes to fight.
When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Oh no, I want to stomp his no. He's a good guy!
I think I'm
He takes
now.
care of his family.
What you're
He
saying
helps
is,
us.
Even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid
And if it do, we don't
fulfilling the
discriminate with who they fuck over.
In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the 4th slate will...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your... About the 4th slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Talk about their technically Oceanids with visions.
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once.
The whale!
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
To erase the greater lord from history. Oh. That one's very sad. But you still had Nahida. Dude, but Brendan, I was exactly those same wishes, so it's good. I got her. You could do it too. Damn. Bro, the music! What the fuck? Oh. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh shit, child! Oh, that's so fucking sick! Oh no, this is one of the parts I was waiting for because it's gonna crack me the fuck. Damn, his foul legacy looks fucked up. Damn. But I want Mommy Dendro Archon too. Get my spear gun. We're hunting Moby Dick.
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Yeah, Delusions and Foul Legacy do both those things.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Because the Foul Legacy is a souped up I think it is. I would have to relook at the guide to tell you that, Kumo, because I remember the guy talking about it, but I don't remember everything he said in detail.
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards...
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
We'll go fight the evil whale.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Let's take Fontaine and move it somewhere.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Yeah, what is her real secret, Farina?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Dude, they're giving the Traveler so many dialogue lines. I love it.
No, I still need answers.
Finally. Whoa, what the fuck? Why is it you went from Dendro Traveler to cutscene to Hydro? Because they probably just made it for the Hydro, but since I chose Dendro...
It is time.
Okay, fucking Ophanimon.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Is she the original Archon?
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
Oh, she said suck it, box lady!
All because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned...
I'm chugging my mug right now.
One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at once. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding
Jing Yuan?
conundrum.
Wait, is that the guy from Star Rail, the one that has like the giant thunder god thing that crashes a blade down? The really hot guy?
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
I think he would be. So after this cutscene, I view Focalor's intelligence. That would be a nice friendly rivalry to Nihida, because this is fucking clever, yeah. He has the Lightning Lord. Yeah.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Yes, she did. Goddamn.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
You got your cold? You got this. Oh, I'm sorry. honestly, like, I feel like I don't know much about him other than his burst looks cool and he's hot as fuck, but I feel like he would be really cool to have in Tevat. I think he would do super well.
After
Chi-Chi, no! Double 5-star!
I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
No, Brendan, you could still get this. You got
The
this.
me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her short. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Is this why her stance changes her outfits?
Anyway,
That's so cool.
so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly... Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
God, that's so fucked up. That's why she was acting so pompous and everything, because she had no choice, bro. She's like Fischl, but forced to cosplay.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
That sounds so depressing. I want to hug her. Bro, I'm about to cry. These tears. Wait a moment. This probably isn't Farina. It's like a reflection of her inner self. If I directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I want to know. Came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not missed. Let's me try talking to her.
Settle down.
Yeah, but no. If he's I'm sorry, Kumo. I thought I said something, but I wasn't 100% certain. My brain's all over the place. Plap it. But like, if he is a high-ranking subordinate of a cosmic level god, I feel like he probably could challenge the Archons. Like, I feel like he could give the Shogun a ride for her money, possibly, or at least destroy half the planet.
Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but all right, it is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at me,
There is no
don't look at
need
me.
to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my... Oh, do not
Let the stage
jest.
light, please.
Can you
if
not
I'm-
feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all
That way
times,
I can feel like I can
display the
become
utmost
myself again.
elegance and nobility.
Oh, there's no getting through to her. Even for her heart, her heart of hearts, still playing the role of Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have been to even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Just destroy the lights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Also, the Xiao Luofu is probably bigger and same size to Oh. You got something rarer than Farina? Oh, what you get? What you get? So it's turning its Farina heart that must symbolize the... I should think you see some sort of signal. What's that? Oh, a ticket. You got a copy of Lisa. Oh my lord. Wait, it looks like the show's about to begin. Okay, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Child's Play. I got a copy of Amber. No. C1 Lisa, lol. Laughs in C6 Lisa.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
I dare you to build a physical official build. Oh lord.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's
Who is the VA? I don't know.
Let's go with that.
I love how her eye colors are reversed.
What do you wish to say?
She's talking like a biblically accurate angel. Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people...
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember. And
yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
See, Amber Lee Connor. She was Shino, Madarame, and Bleach.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today.
Oh, really? Oh, Meme and Nagi?
I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer some.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer?
Nakami and Demon Slayer, that demon doesn't even she makes noises.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll
Oh no, she's corrected. She's gonna try to plap us.
If I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other. Is it not obvious where this...
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal.
The dress is so
I
beautiful.
suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Damn, this girl's gotten around in voice acting.
It's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
She sounds so fucking familiar. True. You think Blade would be a pretty scary enemy, and if he was true, he would be.
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like.
Sorry, random off track thing, but I just love seeing all these cute, adorable little slimes on my screen on OBS.
Remember, your true challenge will not
Really?
be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. So, how long am I going
to accomplish this mission? You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until you're... But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
That's it. Wait, who is that? He's been impaled through his heart that we saw, and he got right. But damn, he's just like, like fucking Kratos, fucking blasted through a mountain, stabbed. And he's just like, oh, child's play. Oh, really? Ascension speech for Rena. Can I get this throne in my teapot? He wants to die but can't. Aw.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is my first time. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclé. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to, as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fair. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions that...
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of
She's
being
French to the guillotine with her dad.
bad? If I get exposed here, right? Near me said that I just need calm down, Farina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel. Oh, very good, my
Off with her head,
people.
God.
Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house.
It's funny y'all say that because now I'm just thinking about like this meme I saw. French when there's a war going on, like we surrender. French when there's a revolution and it's just like this super buff fucking thing ready to throw hands covered in blood.
Consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the act. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were in
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
God. Bro, what is that? Whatever 40K's through! Opera House, Scene 3. Opera House for Farina.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for you.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
You're starting to sound like Grandmaster Bele too much. I don't know who that
I
is.
may be so impertinent. What kind of trial are you truly
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could...
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Ark.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties. The trial I await.
I mean, I know a bit about Warhammer 40K, but I don't know like a shitload, you know.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my... He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you.
Hmm. Oh my god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you...
well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Let's see. His speech is, brothers, retribution is at hand. It is our strength. We are the dawns of Caliban. Let fury guide your weapons. Let vengeance be your song. And we are the angels of death, and our enemies shall fall. Wait, sons? Oh. I tried to start getting into the speech to be a little more dramatic, but I think I started a little late. But that's okay.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any... Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. And Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this.
Opera House Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for...
God, it must have driven her mad to do this for 500 years.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the instant. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people. I just don't know. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today.
Damn. Scene 5, Opera House Farina. Give her a plap plap. Scene. Oh my god. 8? That number.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria. Almost
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Dude, she sounds like she wants to break down and cry.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Fur.
What is it?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even... This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
Oh. Holy crap, Farina. I want to hug her so bad.
Interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
The trick, dude. She's rolling like nat 20s on like deception. But god damn, this must have been maddening to put up this front for 500 fucking years. Holy crap, and never to let up once.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show
She's
must go
obviously
on
a
for
bard.
hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even know I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me.
House Farina and...
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That was my voice and scene from when we were met with the... Great. I didn't think that the scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wants.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my—
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If he's right, I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones— No, Farina, you shouldn't be so— But what if it's really alright?
This must have been
Farina,
agonizing.
you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never— Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will sure— All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
He just transformed. He just swapped.
Fine.
Dude, it's so cool they're getting the Traveler to talk more. I love it. Also, I love seeing so many little different slimes.
Doesn't know the truth. You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the...
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh. NANI? Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina sucked my work over these last...
I kind of knew it was gonna kill her,
has been
but...
to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and...
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Oh God, is this gonna piss off the Celestia and send them down? And like have them cause issues that we have to resolve?
The Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
There it is. Okay, that I was not expecting to give him the power. Oh my God.
Oh, what? Getting sad again. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
And the Dendro Dragon is just like, gimme, 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 gimme.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Aww.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, The descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as you are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
It is time. Yeah, she is a very smart Archon.
I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Two sides. I always thought, like, you know, there was more meaning to her eyes being 2 different colors. And it's the dual personality of them. Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wish we could. Oh, man. I think they not just noticed this.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Damn. I mean, they might, but they probably... Also, in a twisted way, I got what I wanted the Hydra to be a cattle. True. Wow,
What just happened? Has the death sentence been...
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
So Neuvillette, the Traveler, and Farina were the only ones to be able to see it because they're actually outside the normal system, so the heavenly principles won't notice.
But
That's it.
Since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from... We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
So Child has been battling this thing constantly. And it's like a deadly thing. Oh my god. Dude, this boss is really pretty though.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the rain. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share.
I don't know how to fight this boss, so...
We shall look for an opening together.
Stabilize!
There is no escape!
Hey!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Oh, the music though. Oh shit.
The tides beckon.
An oversight on my part.
Oh, my shield ran out at the worst time and I got stunned.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Oh shit. Dude, this is fucking gorgeous. I love this fight. Oh my god. Oh, that looks beautiful. Oh.
Why is there a hole over there?
What the fuck?
Really scary!
Dude, the music.
Now you shall perish!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
There's a tear in my robe.
Oh my god. I wonder how, with Child being around it so much, it absorbed a lot of the yeah. He's like, I'm not having this shit. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, that's that chick from the trailer. She just ragdoll Child away. What the fuck? Yo, but dude, she looks like a Honkai character though.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup.
Oh.
Should have been my job, but oh well.
She
It's just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Your master's pet?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Dude, she looks like she belongs with the heavenly principles almost.
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was, less...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Beyond this
so
world.
You may
Ooh.
speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
She's gonna be like Arc 2 banners. I can just feel it true.
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation, so what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His
Him?
name is Sertologi.
Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so these Council of Witches are actually kind of scary.
Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fight. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Oh, come.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
So he raised the seawater to fool the principals. And he's gonna lower it. Because it's not mixed with the primordial seawater. It's just regular water.
Help! Over here!
So they get to keep their human form. Or he put some kind of protection over the people so they wouldn't dissolve. It's one of those two things. God, she is a queen, true. Risley, you clever bastard.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Dude, Brenda, did you see the video I sent you, like showing her kid off? Like, dear God, I want her. I want her. Remedy!
water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong.
The prophecy was wrong!
God, I feel like we're gonna see the Heavenly Principal step up and just be really pissed off. So is she gonna get her hydro vision? Because since she's not a god, she needs to, well, have one.
The prophecy was wrong.
Oh, shit. Without an Archon, can there ever be new visions?
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
Well, I don't know, because like Farina's voice line, like when I get, because I usually just always make sure I get the first ascension always, because, you know, free wish. I do plan to further ascend her. I just need to get her mats. But she even said maybe you could teach. I was like, I don't have much experience with a vision, but maybe you can show me how. So I feel like she's supposed to get a vision.
Birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little skyship winglet. Lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the hard. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the store. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch him?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some.
Yeah, hold on. I can. Yeah, let's see. Profile, voiceover.
I'm really not accustomed to using a vision. Oh, why don't you teach me? I nearly forgot. You...
Plus, she has one on her coat right here, so damn. Maybe we should have released Farina a little later. Oh, I just have I have a lot of questions now.
Navia! Oh, it's you. What?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh? Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represents
Walked their way down and faced on them. Damn.
Supplies, and is helping with our work.
Well, right now the heavenly principals are asleep, so maybe they're
Participants
just
are hard
not
at work as
noticing.
well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as this.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Well, you gotta remember what Nahida said. Like, her destroying the Gnosis would awaken the heavenly principles. Like, that was her gamble. But she wasn't 100% certain it would work.
That would be fine. Thanks.
So, is that not being asleep?
You're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Claire?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Yeah, but the throne may be gone, but the Gnosis itself is still intact.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few
It has to
questions?
be.
You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
That's why the Cryo Archon is trying to, like, gather all the Gnosis to challenge the heavenly principles.
Forget it. I'm sure you can
Or
find a better
Gnosis?
theme than
Gnosi?
that, Miss Charlotte.
Gnosi? Chess pieces?
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Aw.
Was it a good shot, did Pipe?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Sarah takes more pictures of Poisson.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not
True.
to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarette.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Wriothesley will make a
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. And with
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Well, where's Farina in all this? And where's the Hydronosis?
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic...
Looks like you've been missing it.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to Group?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my...
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
I'm still sad I do not have him. I didn't try to pull for him, though.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken, Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Miss...
Sir, please don't say things like...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important?
No, I just... This is...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like at Emma's. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get hers.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it...
Really?
Okay, have a good night, Brendan. See you
Can I have an
later.
interview with you to make up for that long?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me up.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try?
See...
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Sijuane. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old,
She's
same
so
old, as you
cute.
can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but...
Other than that flying ship, I got a tad too much attention.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that.
I'll just leave...
Walked with Risley for a while and shared news above ground with him.
See? Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will... As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater All right. Last stop, the docks.
Oh. I gotta teleport all the way over here. Oh my god, that's so bright. Why is it always like just a shot of fucking brightness? Where's the fucking... I just want 2 things to be added to Genshin. Just 2. 2 simple things. And those 2 simple things are a dark mode for the loading screen and 120 FPS. Oh, the waters are so beautiful.
They really are!
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of...
Like, come on, we're right
You
here.
could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Damn.
Sure.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine social.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our...
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Trap? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So...
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, shit.
Diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
So yeah, the Gnosis is still there.
I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking...
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows it?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
The knave?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done...
Are you going to take the gnosis back?
That is our duty as Harbinger. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must
Can we at
wear
least see
many
what
masks.
the Hydronosis looks like?
Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take...
To move things about?
That's
We have a
right.
magic teapot for that.
Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met, too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. And serendipity will... All right, then. We'll be handing out...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
The Ortrice Mechalise den Elise Cardinal. What happened to Farina?
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it...
Softly foretelling you truth concerning what he saw that day. Oh. For Solaris to save the Heavenly Principle used for Arena's endless performance to save Fontaine.
So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you in... But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by...
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking,
Clever girl.
finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids and...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring Gnaw. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had. As for the judgment passed by the Oratree Stir, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I can't...
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became... hang on a second. Paimon, back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of... Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way,
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me. Before leaving, I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary...
but she's...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Eudex shall coexist within my... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce
That's true. That power was
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis. As such, it has lost all meaning for... If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary...
What complicated consideration. Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what... As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Nation of dragons. Ooh, you have my attention.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that the harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain.
Oh, so we get to meet the Captain next.
Tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing the...
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. Ask away. I will tell you the truth.
Hang on a sec. Paimon, when we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving a... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any... I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak.
Of course. You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
The remains of the... What?
Remains? I've never heard of any such...
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Wait, the Gnosis are the remains of the third descender?
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you...
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with you. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To prevent any desire to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall alter.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return.
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass...
Next time, you believe...
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then.
After you fucking yeeted him? God damn.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the third So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at
And to that one.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from... I wonder, does your body also possess similar
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision! That does sort of count as special capacity. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
True.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same...
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like...
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain... And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Damn. Now I'm fully caught up. I'll definitely do all of these on a different day, though. I think I was trying to make this pity an even 30. Trying to see. Yeah, I could just throw one more in it. Yeah, nothing. Could you imagine if I got the thing? Oh, Lord. So how do I fight the weekly boss? Like, where do I teleport to do that?
Add asterisk.
Ah, that would be how. Well, before I end the stream, I can go kill this boss real quick and see how the full thing is. Oh, it's like a little portal. I like that. That's beautiful. I think this team will work well. Let's see.
Stabilize!
I see everything!
Shine down!
Settle down! The tides beckon. Solidify!
Illusion shattered!
Yeah, fuck.
Silence!
Hey! Shine down!
Stabilize! Bow your head.
Fuck, it's hard to tell what to hit this thing with range. Oh dear. No, no, no. God, the way that looks is so cool though.
Gather!
Sharing my knowledge! Illusion shattered!
Silence! Let the mighty be humble! Bow your head. Stabilize!
Everyone hold hands!
Gather!
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom! Shine down!
Silence! The tides beckon.
God, this thing has so much health.
Bow your head.
I see everything! Illusion shattered!
Silence!
Inazuma shines eternal!
Get fucked. Ooh, oh, that's a fatty drop though. This is damn. Like I got 2 artifacts, even though they're both garbage. 2 drops, and then I got a fucking billet. Glorious. Alrighty. Well, that is all I have for this stream. I do have to sadly get going to bed because it's yeah, it's 1 in the morning and I have to be at work in like 9 hours. Well, I have to be up at 7 to get ready for work, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed this story quest and stream. I had, oh my god, the lore. It was so beautiful. Just like this man. Anyway, let's go find someone to raid real quick. Oh, I actually had a lot of achievements to claim. Oh, that bleep sound was Fiverr. Oh, okay, I haven't seen. He's also streaming Genshin. He's pretty fun, dude. Let's go say hi to him. He's a VTuber. All right. See y'all tomorrow.